Alrighty there, folks. We are back with more Greg Tech New Horizons. We are just loading in at the moment because I forgot to launch the game when I launch the stream, but it won't take too long. So we will just patiently wait here as we get going. Now, I should mention that I probably won't be here long today at all. I'm gonna try for 3 hours. Maybe I go a bit more than that, but I'll probably be less if I'm being honest. So, I got very little sleep last night, like less than 2 hours. So, yeah, I'll be looking to get off not too late at all. Eat some food and go straight to bed when I can. But there's some things I'd like to get done if I can, for sure. And, getting 2 hours of sleep last night, less than even, well, if you've been watching my last couple streams, you might have heard me mention you might have noticed how I've been streaming long, and I've mentioned I haven't gotten a lot of sleep the last few nights before that. So it's a bit compounding at the moment, but it is not going to be too terrible. We'll get a little bit done today. We'll head to bed for sure. And we'll be fresh for the next few days going forward. It might even lead to us being on earlier tomorrow. We'll see. Alright, so let's let the URL load in a bit. Let's see what's been done today. I said I would help system set something up today, so I'll probably do that first if it hasn't been done already. Because the system did say he may do it himself, but he might not have time. And I did see he mentioned it to 9, and 9 offered to help as well. I did see 9 on, I believe, at some point. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's on anymore, but he was on when I was looking earlier. So 9 might have helped, or system might have done it. We'll see when we get in. Alright, let's take a look. Ooh. Ooh, I like the look of this. Thank you, system. Now I'm wondering, I'll have to talk to him at some point, or maybe experiment. We'll see, but I have to wonder. So the 2 fields here, one where the statting goes on, and this one looks like it's where spreading goes on. I wonder if this is manually being planted over on these fields, the bigger ones, or if the crop bot can be told to stat here and then also spread over there. I'm not sure. Oh, hey there, Christian. How's it going? Alright, there should be a tunnel under here. I think System said he made one. Not sure if this is the tunnel in question that was being planned to be used here, but we'll go look for another one just in case. How are you? Glad to see you back. Thank you, thank you. I'm doing well. A little tired. I only got less than 2 hours of sleep last night, so I won't be around too long today, unfortunately, but oh no. Might have to go check those. Why? Is this... Oh, I see. It's just a railcraft. Yeah, I do need to fix it. To empty this, apparently. Why so little? So, the last couple days I've done a slightly extra long dreams. Where did... Hold on. Yeah, where did my stone go? Interesting. I've done extra long streams the last couple days, and that's had me getting a bit later and later each night. So, last night I was quite late into the night streaming, and I admittedly am just bad at sleeping in general, getting myself to actually go to sleep. So even after my stream, I was hanging out in Jim's stream for quite a while. By the time all that was gone, I was like, if I go to bed, I'm going to get less than 5 hours of sleep. So I said, you know what? I'll just take a power nap, do a short stream today, and then go to bed relatively early. Was the basic idea. Because it would be easier to reset myself appropriately that way, I would say. I know that too well, yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. To be fair, though, because I'm so used to that, I'm I'm pretty good at functioning on very little sleep. Because that's just been how I've been for a majority of my life. Yeah, I need to check something. Where did system say this? Where was it? Come on. Okay, there it is. Okay, so let me go check because there should. I assume the one system set up here is definitely in the back then. Yeah, this would be it. Well, this can work. We can work with this. Flashing Windows 7 because it's better than any other OS in pretty much every way. I don't know why, but Windows Vista and Windows 7 were kind of the ones I wasn't a big fan of. I can't even remember why because it's been so long now, but I just remember not really liking them. Like, more than the other ones, that is. I think it's been progressively worse since XP along each iteration, where there is some features that have improved for sure, or are nice quality of life changes. I think usually I'm just not impressed with changes made. But I do remember, even if I don't remember the reasons, I do remember feeling Windows 7 and Vista were particularly standouts of annoyance for me. Why didn't I go one higher? Hold on. Okay, I actually need to double check something here. Okay, so that's within the building, so the tunnel being here shouldn't be an issue. Because we definitely won't be having any crop fields right around here anyway. Let me just get this ran. Oh, hey there, 9. How goes it? I finished most of the Universal LCR. You did? I think I saw mention. I'll have to go take a peek once I get this cable just pushed over there real quick. What? Oh, this is a lamp. Oh, what the heck? That's odd. I don't even know what to do with this. Put it there, I guess. Well, my second PC is pretty much the best-ish machine for Windows 7 on the FM2 socket, and pretend anything better than GTX 770 doesn't exist. Okay. Oh, there's more lamps. Oh. Okay, fine. You know what? We'll just do it one lower, I guess. As soon as we get a mixer multi-online, we can do polyben semi-dot. It's definitely not something I'm being able to pronounce right now, unfortunately. I can't even make the attempt at that. We'll be able to get that going. And advanced glue for free. That's going to be great. For sure. How you doing? I'm doing alright. I'm pretty good, honestly. The only complaint I have is lack of sleep. Which means I'm going to be having a shorter stream tonight. It also means I'm going to be going to bed earlier and probably getting lots of rest to make up for the lack of rest I've gotten the last few nights, which are completely my own fault, so Can't really complain about that. Hold on one moment, I should... No, see, I really don't want to do it like this. I kind of just want to take the lamps down, because I would like to be able to go over. Or under. I guess we can put it on the floor. I don't like the idea of that, but we can do that. Dig up the ceiling, like 2 blocks above. That wouldn't really solve the issue. Because I'd still have to remove the lamps then, which is what I'm trying to avoid. We'll just go on the ground. It is what it is. Where did... There it is. Well, no, because I want to be able to access the tunnels for future-proofing. So if I go inside the ceiling, that just makes it a hassle for future me. Or future anyone who wants to mess with these cablings for any reason. Or if you mean dig up the top and put lamps there, like that's also a possibility, but I'm also trying to do it in the least work way possible. And this is exactly why I mentioned earlier that I personally wouldn't have used this side for the tunnel. I would have gone with the other side, because this side's got a bit of jank. What from this staircase, all this down here. The old AE2 building being in here as well. Actually, let me see something. Is there anything in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's just, in that case, put it right to here. Unless, hold on. Nah, it'd be better to go there. I didn't realize the door was not against the wall. I can always come back and put glowstone in the ceiling at some point. I don't think those blocks are mob spawnable, so no light should be okay. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Honestly, I might just redo the tunnel in the future. Right now, I just want to get the connection over here. So yeah, I might just redo the tunnel in the future and like raise the cabling then, but for now this is fine. Of course, there's a lamp right there. Alright, we'll stick to the ground until we're inside, I guess. See, what I'm really doing is essentially trying to do something quickly in a way that is only going to create more work for future me. But I can live with that for now. There's the other one. I was like, where did the fourth one go? Okay, so let's go back up here. So I'm not entirely sure. I believe it's fine if I dig out right here. I don't think the crop bot has anything on these borders here that might mess with it. But I'm not positive on that, so I'm debating between the sides here, going into the path, or going here on the corner of the border. Same for over this side, either the side or the corner of the border. I'm not actually sure about the operating parameters and boundaries for the crop bot, and what might mess it up and what might not. I think the corners should be fine though, so that's probably what I'll do. And hope that it doesn't actually affect it. So we should just quickly go down here. That would be right there, right? Yeah, so we just dig those out then. Okay. Actually, no, I shouldn't go down that low. Let's... Yeah, no, there's no reason to go down that low. Do I still have pots? Yes, I do. Nice. Alright, we'll just fly up and do it at the ceiling here. Oh, to go get a refill soon? Yeah, right, because my number rendering distance is low. I was wondering for a second. Okay, so that is placed. I just need to check something real quick and then get a refill on my pot. Actually, hold on. What am I doing? No, yeah. No. We gotta fix up something. Let me refill the pot first, though. Come on. There we go. My no-sleep brain is doing wacky things down there that I shouldn't be doing. Okay. Now we just need a P2P. And we need to set one on the empty P2Ps at the A2 building. That door's open. We're also going to need 3 storage buses. We're also going to need a terminal. Let's make we'll make both of these, I think. Hmm? Oh, there we go. Perfect. We'll go check the A2 building while we wait on those. Neat. So we're keeping the drives for items and fluids separate. They're also each on... Yeah, they're each on their own subnet. Nice. I actually really like that. Hmm. So, I assume based on the inverter card and the molten rubber here, that this is not allowing molten rubber into that. No, I guess I'm wrong. Okay, what was I coming to the building to actually check? I'm getting a bit distracted. Hold on. I was coming to look for a free P2P to use. I remember there's a easy way to check for open P2Ps. I just don't remember what it is at the moment. Oh, I didn't know you could select. I didn't know you could do that. That's actually really useful. I actually honestly did not know you could do that. A lot more setup here too, that's for sure. Okay, anyway. I guess I can just technically use any of those. I don't know what to call it though. Oh, I know what to call it, never mind. I just want to see something. Just do that. Oh, so showing all the ones not set when you click on one that's not set. I didn't know it did that either. Very useful. Glad to know it. So we got one that we can use. You know what? Hold on. Oh, right, because it takes a terminal to make a crafting terminal. Wow. Guess we'll wait on this. And actually, I kind of want to make two, if I'm being honest. Kind of excessive, but I think it will be helpful. Let me take a quick drink while we wait. $20, okay. I do wish that there were certain recipes like this, for example, where you're using... Yeah, so you're using all the same ingredients no matter how you do it, but here you're using a tool, whereas here you're waiting 20 seconds. I would love to do this molecular assembler wise, and I'm not sure how people feel about this though, so I'm wondering now, do people not mind using tools in molecular assembler recipes? I'm sure eventually. In fact, I'm sure now even it's not really a problem, but something about the idea of it grinds me the wrong way. I'll probably get over that in due time, I'm sure, but... Also, I do know when the terminal recipe was originally set up with a pattern. We didn't even have molecular assemblers yet, I don't believe. Anyway. Actually, it looks like it might be stuck. Which doesn't make any sense, because it already crafted to. And it's not stuck anymore. Neat. And that should be everything we need right now. Just get the basics up in here going. Just get some facades going here. Alright, we'll get this connection going. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, I need to take a look at something before I set this up. In fact, hold on. I can just go over here, I think. No, this is just straight up on the subnet now, so... Or on the mainnet, I mean. Alright, yeah, I'll have to go to the A2 building real quick. Oh wait, this is kind of neat. Okay, so that's the first time I've seen that done. And by that I mean specifically here. What is... Oh, I see. Let me see something real quick though, just for further clarity. Okay, so... I might take that approach then, honestly. Okay, so normally... I can remember what I was just looking at in A2 building. Perfectly fine, but unfortunately I'm not awake enough to that, so I should have taken a screen. Would have definitely helped me out, but I'm the only one online, so mistakes that temporarily shut down Emmy for a minute aren't huge issues, but I still try to make it good practice to avoid that at all costs. Okay, there we go. definitely need to phase out the glass cables in my usage in the future because I just like the look of the other one, if I'm being honest. I don't think I need that. I wanted to see something. That is still going, eh? I'm not quite there. Black steel's done, that's good. Yeah. And the chrome is nowhere near done, that's brilliant. Okay, we got everything we need though. Hopefully this time for real. I can't believe that old base is still there. Or that temporary outpost, you could say. I think it makes the most sense to do it. That won't work, so we need to go down one more. And that should be enough room. Damn. There we go. Looks like that's working. So I'm not sure if there's going to be a plan for in here. I don't think so. It's weird that it's walled off, but if there's a plan for in here, I am sorry, system. Let me know. I can move this stuff, but if there isn't a plan, great. Of course, system can also move it himself if it's a problem. Once the initial piping or cabling is in, it will be relatively easy. Whoops. That might, that's one of the very few times I've done that. It might even be like the only time I've done that. Usually I'm way more careful. Forgot, this isn't gray, this is a Fluix. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I definitely broke it for a moment. Feels good. Love when I make that mistake. Why are these... Why are these different? Because it's not connected, that's why. I knew something was wrong, I just couldn't tell what. Had to go look underneath. That should fix it. Yep, there we go. Okay. Perfect, this works. Good here. And now for the future, when we make farms out going this way into the west, We can if we wanted to. I don't know. We'll have to discuss things about this with the... Come on, headsets. Our headset? What's wrong, headset? Come on. There we go. We'll have to discuss some things, but yeah, we can easily just run things into the system. We got the perfect space to bring one of those back this way and into... All the crop managers are going to be back there eventually. Question is, are we going to have some storage on the subnet for the crop harvests, or no? We'll figure that out. We will figure that out. So the thing is, I need to take a look at... Need to take a look at this real quick. So yeah, we can auto workbench that. Though I don't really like the idea of auto workbenching this, because I don't know how to handle the tools with that. So I'm probably not going to do that tonight. Whoops. Alright, just taking some screens for the logs for later. I'd rather do them... I like to do them for things I'm getting done as I get them done, because otherwise I usually forget. I need to check something real quick. Okay, so... that's done. We can go and take a look... Oh. You can go and take a look at what Nine was working on, what he got done earlier. All I know is it's awesome, but I can't wrap my head around it entirely yet. I get some of the I get some of it for sure, but not all of it. Hmm. I like the I do like the using the one buffer so you can turn them both off at the same time like this. I'm not sure about the thresholds though. Also, I'm sure they tested this, but I'm not even sure if this would work. I do know we had issues getting the standard setting RS latch running for it, especially using. Well, Yasuki tried various combinations, but I mean of normal of inverted, that is various combinations of those, but I don't know. I assume it's been tested and it works, so. I'm also wondering why this doesn't go all the way to the full buffer. Okay, the gray threw me off since we've been using the orange everywhere for the mainnet. But yeah, this is just access to the mainnet then. Okay. I'm not sure what these interfaces do exactly. I am wondering about that because earlier, well, yesterday, in fact, not earlier today, but yesterday, feels like earlier today for me though. Me and system went through and disabled not disabled, we hid all the interfaces that weren't going to have patterns in them. So like nothings here. There was like 12 of them, 12 nothings that we went and hid that we didn't hide them but we went and looked at the ones that were clearly never going to have patterns in them. And there were several other stuff out there. Stuff like this was on a pipe, or this was on gas turbine. There's lots of stuff like that. So I'm wondering what the block interfaces on these arrangements are going to be used for exactly. I want to assume they're going to have patterns, but I don't actually know because I don't know exactly what this setup is going to entail entirely. Obviously, there's patterns going in the side panel interfaces. Though, 1, 2, 3. Let me see something real quick. There's 3 nothings, right? I think that's all 3 of them right there. No? Okay, I guess I'm wrong. Wonder where those popped up then. And I'm wondering then... Yeah, I'm wondering even more than what these are going to do. And why they don't show up. That's, interesting. Advanced blocking card. Oh, whoops. One day, I'll be able to look at this and understand it. We're not there yet. It will be a long time before we're there, I'm sure, as well. Now, I kind of want to go hunt those down, because those are obviously all new. Those must... Hold on, let me click on each one. I know this one's at the Blood Magic place, I believe, the new one. Not that one. Okay, let's look for these 2 first. Uh-oh, might have been me. One of them wasn't me, but one of them might have been. Yeah, one's right about here. Yeah, that one's me. What's this one? I'm feeling... Yeah, this was probably Jim's. I believe he was working on the hydrochloric acid here. Chlorine's empty, looks like. I don't think these are going to have any patterns, so we can just turn that off or hide that. Shame on past me for putting this in and not turning it off or hiding it. I'm going to keep saying turning off, aren't I? Okay, to be fair, I did hide the original one, but then I replaced it because I realized I was doing the wrong one. I remember now what happened there. Negative 850, negative 50. No, it is that way. I was right. Yeah, I believe this one is gonna have patterns eventually. I'm not positive, but I feel like this will end up with patterns. I don't know anything about this, so I can't actually say. Ooh, that looks like it's new. Interesting. Oh no. I thought it was following there. Just a quick triple check. Alright. Looks like this room is online. Great. What do you mean processing recipe, but you're not showing me what the recipe is? What you mean is you're out of quartz sand. Yeah, we're gonna need an extensive upgrade here then. Wait. This must have shut down. Yeah, this must have shut down when the ME network went off about 20 minutes ago. So that is on me. There we go. So one thing I'm gonna have to figure out. So let's use this as a quick example. We are processing the quartz sand. We can get potentially 6 outcomes from it. We can even use the stone dust as another example, which is a guaranteed 6 outcomes. What was that? I'm confused. Oh, I just realized something. Damn, I want to go fix that. Okay, let me remember that. Back to what I was thinking about out loud here. So we partitioned these so they can only hold 8 types. We want to make sure that only a certain amount of those types are going into the system, and everything else is going into, I don't know, an overflow cell somewhere. Maybe in an ME drive, or maybe just, or sorry, ME chest, or maybe another drive with cells that are just simply for overflow, that if anything starts maxing out there in the overflow, they just start getting voided. But in order... Well, in fact, I'd rather it not get voided. That's not what I want. What I really want is to be able to determine when... How do I say this? So I think the best strat for what I'm trying to think of is having some kind of overflow cell or drive that But you can't really do that. Because, like, ideally, in most situations, you would go, if Quartzite Dust is reaching its certain limit, you'd shut down the machine, right? But I can't really do that in this circumstance because I want all 6 of these to reach that limit, and that would shut down the machine when the first one reached that limit. So I'm trying to figure out how I can hard lock those limits in particular cells in question. I guess there's probably a way with the level emitter to basically say, if you're more than this amount, start outputting. So if I'm more, let's see, what's the best example I use here? So silicon dioxide. I want the limit to be 64,000 and some change, I believe. Depending on the bytes. I can't remember the exact amount. It's 64 something thousand though. So basically, silicon dioxide is the perfect example because it's the only one outside of marble. No, in fact, it's the only one that's over the limit. So I would like to be able to say, basically, if you're over 64,000 of this particular type of dust, start emptying that dust from the system into some overflow place. That overflow place actually would be voiding, though, when it gets full. How would I handle that? I think the best strat for that, then, would be somewhere with multiple drives, and each cell is just a storage, a block, block? What is it called? Hold on. The block container storage cell, so just the one type. It would probably be relatively small ones. So then each drive could hold an overflow of 10 different types. It's not the best solution, but it's the only thing I'm able to think of at the moment. That way, we just unload into that overflow drive, or those overflow drives, depending on what type it is and what drive it needs to go into. Which, I believe that can be avoidable, if I recall. I might be wrong on that, though. Or I guess I could just literally check if... So I guess I could check first, is all 6 at their limit for Quartzite Dust stuff here? If all 6 is at its limit, shut off the machine. Or if it's above its limit, shut off the machine. Then, somewhere else I have to check for each one individually. There's got to be a way to be able to say, if all 6 is not at its limit, then check each one individually and offload that corresponding type into some voiding area until all 6 are at its limit, and then the voiding stops. This is sounding complicated, because I'd have to do this for several machines down here, and that feels like it would take up a lot of space for the logic setup for the voiding. There's got to be a better way to do this, but I'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, I need to... What do I need to do? There was something I needed to do. Oh, right. There was two things I need to do. I only remember one of them. I don't remember the second one was. I should have done it right when I was thinking of it. Should have known I'd forget. Yeah, I messed up something there when I was setting it up, and I'm going the wrong way now. No, I'm going the right way. Oh, I want to check something on the level emitter in here. I'll check that on the way back. Do you want to not let... Oh, I see why they're using the cable anchors, because it's already connected from underneath. Right. That makes sense. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize this about drawers or drives until right now. Each one counts as a connection. It's a good thing too that they're disconnected when you put them on top of each other. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. I'm gonna have to do some modifications to how I'm doing my subnetting, I think. But that's for another time. I'm not concerned about it. Let's look at the level emitters real quick. And then go fix up what I did at the IC2 farm. Okay, so you can emit when levels are above a certain limit. I'm sure there's some kind of red stool tool that I'll have to look into some of the redstone stuff and test some stuff out, because I do want to check for 6 different items per centrifuge, or depending on how many byproducts there are for that recipe it's running, which a lot of them are 5 or 6. chain those redstone signals to check if all of them are true. Ideally, I'd like to wirelessly send that signal to 2 different places and compound that signal at those different places in different ways with further redstone signals at each place individually. I'm sure everything I'm thinking of is probably possible in some way or another, both in the way I'm explaining it now with redstone and probably a whole other way entirely. But I'm at a loss on how that would be done since I don't know all the tools that are at hand and available to me. Okay, wait. Oh, okay, I just couldn't see these. So we got OR gate, NOR gate, NOT gate, and NAND, XOR, XNOR, buffer. Multiplex. Oh, hold on. Multiplexer, pulse former, nice. Heater, randomizer. Interesting. Of course, the RS latch, the toggle latch, transparent latch, light sensor, rain sensor, timer, sequencer, counter. I'll have to test the counter because that could be a potential solution depending on what I think it does, but it's probably not. State cell. I'll have to test that as well. There's a number of things I'm going to have to play with at some point. Synchronizer. Bus transceiver. I wish these had slight descriptions in the info tab there when you hover over them. That'd be really nice. Null cell, invert cell, buffer cell, comparator. Bus randomizer and converter. Bus input panel. Data cell. Segment display gate. Transfers redstone signals wirelessly. Internal, external, receiver. So we would probably want an internal receiver. The question is, how would I actually transmit that without GregTech? These are all GregTech covers. I don't know. I don't know. Transfers redstone signals wirelessly can only connect with advanced wireless covers. Don't know what the difference between the advanced would even be. Wireless fluid detector cover. Transfers fluid amount as redstone wirelessly can only connect with advanced wireless covers. Wireless item detector. Okay, well, I don't know. Oh, hey there, Crazy Mage. How's it going? It's going alright. We got some stuff done today. I'm a little tired, but that's my own fault, so can't complain too badly about it. I'm just currently wondering about some things here. Interesting. Finally broke HV and got my compressed chests. They are so good. Yes, they are. I love the compressed chests, and I haven't had them that all long, but they are so great. So, so great. It's going to be hard going back to not having them one day, but they're just great. They are just too great, honestly. Oh, hold on, I need to go over here. Getting ahead of myself. Yep, giant skulker box. Yep. But better, honestly. Because, like, look at this. Holy heck. So let's see. I think, honestly, I can just put the controller right there. If I'm not mistaken. That should theoretically work. Probably overkill, but we may need the extra channels later on. Probably not, but hard to say for sure. I got sick of all the back and forth now. I can get... I got an ore chunk and move on. Yep. Yeah, it is so useful. So useful. I have... Not in here. Where is it? Shouldn't it be in here, though? Oh, it is in here. But my ender... or my compressed chests aren't in here. In here? No. Oh, one's right here, and one's back at the mountain. I had 2 super chests, 2 miners. Everything I needed for the miners. It's so nice to just sit there and let 2 chunks, or 1 chunk, or 1 or more. And they're the HV, so technically 3x3 chunks. A whole vein, let's put it that way. Doing a vein, multiple veins at once. Well, the worry is just so nice. I still am not a big fan of placing down the auto miners, but It is so much nicer than manual mining anyway. So I think I'm good with in here then. I think that's all I need to do now. Everything looks like it's still online, so I didn't break anything. So, what I've been wondering for the future is, for example, if I'm doing quartzite, or quartz sand, I mean, and stone dust, and they both have 6 byproducts. This is a guaranteed 6 byproduct. This is a chance of 6 different byproducts. And I have partitioned cells to allow certain things between those processes, as well as centrifuging black granite and electrolyzing the biotite for more stuff. I plan on partitioning drives to only allow certain amounts of or certain types in to limit the amount that goes in there. But what I would really like, what I thought partitioning would do, was hard limit. So I put 8 types in, thinking each type would have the same amount of space available, no more, no less. But that's not how partitioning works. That's how I assumed it would have worked, but unluckily, no. But I am thinking I gotta have a way to read with level emitters when certain dusts in partitions. So, like, I know which ones are in here. If I don't, I can just pull them out and take a peek. But I need to set up a chain reading each of those 8 types in those cells. Well, actually, no, not those cells. That's not what I need to do. I need to read each of the 6 types that are available here. So I want to read, for example, all 6 of these when they're at a certain threshold, which I believe is 64 something thousand. It's 64,000 and change. I want to shut down the machine when all 6 reach that threshold, but I also want to void each individual type if they're over that threshold. I understand the shutting down and reading the level emitters to shut it down. What I don't understand is how I'm going to do the voiding exactly. Because the redstone for that, I'm sure, will get a little complex, and I'm going to need to read that outcome of those emitters at 2 locations, one for the machine and one for where those are getting voided. And considering I'm going to have multiple machines that need to be doing the same voiding process, I'm going to have a central area, I'm sure, where the voiding's happening for all of it. The voiding part will be more complicated in this version. 1.19 added a special upgrade to do just that. So A2 basically just added a straight up voiding mechanic similar to what I'm trying to describe here. Or future GregTech modern versions added that. Either way, backported to GTNH when, please. But the issue is I'm going to need to emit the signal outcome to 2 locations, one for the voiding, that's the opposite of the machine shutdown, and one to the machine to shut down the machine that's the opposite of the voiding. But they will both obviously be coming from the same collective 6 emitter signals. Figuring out how to set up the signals will take time, but the other issue is how to get those signals where they need to be. I don't know anything about wireless redstone in GTNH, if it even exists. I assume it does, but maybe it doesn't. Makes a cell, do like a drawer of a void upgrade. That would be useful for certain scenarios, but I don't think that would help even with the scenario I'm talking about. Because the main issue I want is that I want those eight types to each have the same amount of space available and no more. So for example, one of these has silicon dioxide partitioned on it. Everything else is below the threshold I want at the moment, which is 64,000. Silicon dioxide is at 118,000, way over. I want to just avoid the silicon dioxide specifically. I don't want to void it when the cell gets full. I want to void it when it reaches a certain threshold. So I have to do a whole... I don't even know if it'll be possible, because as I said, it's going to require most likely super messy redstone all over the place. Or if there's wireless redstone in GTNH, that will help, but that will still be complicated. I just don't even know there's wireless redstone. You can do that with a toggle bus and a trash can. I knew there was probably an easier way. Let me see, was a toggle bus? No info as usual, I love it. Let me quickly open up a window into A2 toggle bus. Open that up, minimize this. Alright, let me read this real quick. A bus switch functions similarly to ME glass cable or other cables, but it allows the connection state to be toggled via redstone. This allows you to cut off a section of an ME network. When redstone signals supplied, when a redstone signal is supplied, the part enables the connection. ME inverted toggle bus provides reverse behavior by disabling the connection instead. You see, I think I get what you're saying. And I could do this as well, similarly with a level emitter, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the toggle bus here. But the problem is I can't just shut down the machine when one byproduct reaches the threshold. I want all of them to reach the threshold, which is why I'm talking about voiding, because once silicon dioxide here is over the limit, none of the rest of this stuff is at the limit yet. So I want this machine to keep running and producing the other byproducts, which means it has to keep producing silicon dioxide, which means if I want them to level out at the same threshold, they have to be voiding. So hold on, I just missed what you said. You can use that with a level emitter. You set the emitter on to say 50,000, then toggle bus turns on. Have an export bus after the toggle bus. After the toggle bus on a trash can, exporting the item. If it reaches 50,000, then the export bus would dump excess into the trash can, and it goes bye-bye. Oh yeah, holy shit. No, that's just... that's way smarter. Now, to be fair, we're not allowed to use export or import buses, because various reasons, mainly that they're laggy, but there was other reasons as well, from what I heard. But I can recreate that easily. Yeah, I can recreate that easily with something else to export from the ME system, and just have it so that it only exports when it's above that certain threshold. Same way you were describing with, yeah, hold on. So yeah, I could still use the toggle bus and level emitter, and then just put whatever I want to empty with? If so, Hmm. I'll have to ask about the export buses again, because that would probably be the easiest way to get an exact amount out. Because the other way I mainly know of pulling things from the system is through interfaces like this. But whatever I attach to it, is there anything pipe-wise from any mod that will only pull a set amount per tick or per second? And like I obviously know like I want a lower amount though is what I'm looking at. Like, I don't know. Well, I guess a stack would be fine. Yeah, just one stack would be fine. That wouldn't really be terrible. No, that's completely decent. Alright, yeah, that's doable. That's completely doable no matter what. It won't be exact due to timing, but it will be close enough. Yeah, pretty much. And it won't be... It won't be terrible if I also shut down the machine. So if I put... I don't know how. I'm gonna have to shut down the machine when all 6 are above the threshold. But I also have to make sure when the voiding happens, it doesn't go above the same or go below the same threshold that the machine gets shut down. So I'm going to need to have a slight higher threshold for the voiding and a slight lower threshold for the machine shutdown. So it won't be exact, but it'll be close enough that it won't really matter. The conduit would pull from the interface into a trash can. This would be perfect. Yes. The one thing that's going to suck is that's going to require an interface for each type. Yeah, because so that would require an interface, a toggle bus, and a level emitter for each type, which is still way better than what I was thinking in my mind originally. I'll have to consider the connections wise of that, and I'm gonna have to find where that goes. Another drawback is a level emitter does require a channel in this version. I didn't know that. Oh boy. So I'm gonna end up having like 128 or so. I won't know until, because I'm gonna keep expanding more and more processing, and there'll be certain things that I want to do that with for sure. Whereas a lot of other stuff can just be sent into a more mass, less controlled storage cell. There's gonna be certain things I want controlled though, like this. So as I expand, we're gonna have to keep adding and adding to that. So I'm gonna give a rough estimate that I'm gonna need at least 128. We're gonna have to find an area where we can do a grid, a width height grid or something to set that up and account for the channels where it's going. Which means I might have to dig out more of this entire basement area so I can figure out a good place. Well, luckily we're already subnetting. Yeah, so luckily we're already doing that. Alright, Crazy Mage, that's huge. Thank you for that. Because that's something I've been contemplating for like the last 2 or 3 days. And I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. I was kind of excited to get to play with some of the Project Red here. Especially when I realized how much different logic blocks they have here. And then I remembered, oh yeah, Project Red does have the stuff like the bus input panel, which I've never used, but I've seen used. The bundled cables, all that lovely stuff. I was like, oh, I guess this is going to be the excuse to play with that finally. But I'll have to find another excuse to play with that eventually. It won't be for this. Alright, so I have a solid enough plan in place for that now. In fact, you know what? Instead of finding a good place to do it all at once, I should just do it nearby each machine. That's kind of hard though. 4 machines times 6. Yeah, that'd be 24, so then I would need 24 times 3. Yeah, that would be a lot of blocks taking up for this one section. I don't think I could fit that here. I'd have to find an area where I'm just doing it all at once, and I just dig out the amount of space I need for it. Unless 22 blocks. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, that's how much space just that alone would take. Which isn't a terrible amount of space. Okay, so you know... I might have to rethink how I'm doing my large gas turbines and where I'm doing them. And then I can fit this just underneath. How many blocks is this subspace underneath here already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I might go 9. I might go 9 high. Replace my large turbine somewhere in a different way. And I probably want to do a quad for that anyway. That that might probably honestly be back here somewhere in that chunk. So I'll probably do a quad right over around in this region. Run the power up along where it's needed, closer to the ceiling. I would have the space available to do this, and this is the max case, right? Is a centrifuge, at least for the centrifuge, the max output for a recipe as an electrolyzer. Hold on. Is the 6 spaces. Electrolyzer is the same. Is there any machine that can output more than 6 products? I'm sure there is. I don't think I've seen any off the top of my head. Ideally, for most of what I'm going to be doing here, though, for our quad machine setups, this will be the most space taken up for the logic to void, to control the thresholds of items in the storage. So that can easily fit underneath each quad at that point. Some of the stuff I'm also doing super tanks that are voiding instead of alternatives. Actually, these won't be voiding. I need to also set these up so that when these are full, the corresponding machine shuts down. Haven't done that yet, though. Lots of things to do. It's going to be so fun. That's still running, eh? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I think I have more fun planning things than actually getting them up and running, honestly. Because there's just so many things you can do, and it's just, my mind's always running with it. Yeah, so I would probably do a quad. In fact, I'll probably have a quad, honestly, for each section. So there's 6 sections, so I'll probably end up with 6 quads. That might be overkill. I'll have to calculate. I'll have to calculate for sure. In fact, it depends on if I upgrade or not, because right now I'm using an HV, I just remembered. Right now I'm using an HV, and I'm transferring to 16 amps. So this one will be able to power all of my 16 centrifuges I plan on setting up here. It won't be able to power my 8 macerators. I also have to account for the various single blocks I plan on putting here, but I do want to put more multis now that I think about it, because I want to ramp up the production of this. So I'm gonna need 4 chammers. Probably 1 multi 4 chammer, maybe 2, I don't know. And I already got the multi macerator, so that won't be an issue. I'll probably upgrade this to 2 EVs for that. But I don't think there's no rock breaker multi. And if there is, I'll be shocked. Oh wow, there is. You're kidding me. Huh? Plus 200% speed. EU usage is at 75%. Parallel tier. Tier times 8. There's a multi-rock breaker? What actual wizardry and witchcraft is this? Needs water and lava in input hatch. Does it consume the lava and water? Or is it like the single block that doesn't consume? I assume it's like the single block. It's available in EV. Oh my god, my plans are changing before my eyes. HV. It also takes Marging Steel, which isn't terrible. Whoops. Red steel, black steel. Okay, looks like this is all doable. You need cobble. WIU is way better in my opinion and far cheaper and uses no power. What's WIU? World interaction upgrade. Someone had to make one by your rules. It's in the LV quest line. So the problem was my Ethernet cable was... Oh, hey world map. So the problem was my Ethernet cable and Chromium being stinky, and now with a different cable and Firewall YouTube playback works fine, and so does everything else. I see. So hold on, world interaction upgrade? It's in LV. What is it an upgrade for? Extra utilities? Ender transmitter? What do you use this on? I don't even know what this is. You put a transfer node on a block cobble. Put the upgrade in it. Lava on one side, water on the other side of the block cobble, and it's a cobble gen. Alright, can it make cobble faster than a multi-forge hammer can process it? Also, what do you mean by block cobble? Also, I can't remember where the transfer node is. Let me see real quick. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what these are. Items. A couple of them could. Well, that's why I would use the... I would assume the multi can equate to the other multis, which is why I would use the multi, right? So you put the upgrade in it? So wait, do you put the upgrade on the transfer node? I assume that's what you mean then? Well, to be fair, my LV one is making, what, 2 a second right now? I have an MV one that's in the LV building that's making, like, 5 a second. I'm sure the EV one makes about the same amount you're talking about. And the reason I wouldn't want to do that is because then I'd have to have... The reason I'm excited about the multi is because it's just a 3x3 block, or a 3x3 multi, and it doesn't require the fluids just sitting here being blocked around by all this stuff, so it takes up less space. That's what I'm really excited about, that I can have a cobble generator that takes up less space, and also is aesthetic because it looks like a machine. I get what you mean by no power, but personally, I'm not concerned about the power, if I'm being honest. If it's an issue, I'll just turn it off, because this whole build is not, like, some critical necessary thing. So if I'm ever eating power, I'll just turn it off until I find a solution to that for my own area. I use it for my raw silicone passive. Cobble to forge hammer, gravel to sand, electrolyzer for the silicon dioxide. Well, as you see, I wouldn't mind the WIU if I knew about it sooner, I would have probably used it instead of the rock breaker since it doesn't use power. But that would have been earlier on. I would still have eventually upgrade to the multi, I think. I can't say that for sure until I actually build the multi. But as far as I'm aware, I feel like I would have eventually upgraded to the multi. Because slapping down one multi that I can upgrade tier-wise is much better than just continuously making more single blocks or WIUs. So you put 4 on, each one is 10 per second. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I wish I told you the speeds. Be really useful. Let me go see something in the MV or LV building. I'll have to remember that though for my my solo world, because that will probably be useful to a degree when I'm still as low in my solo world as I am. Having ways to get that access to that without using the power. I know my setup for my rock breaker, which is the same setup you just saw down there, uses a lot of power. If I can knock the rock breaker out at least, that would be helpful. We don't get to see this run because it's full. Unlucky. Actually, we could just look at it this way, right? .4 seconds. So that's what, 2.1 a second? Doesn't sound right though. I swear this one was doing 2 per second. I guess not. Okay, well in that case we can just... So LV, NB. So 5 per second at HV. 10 per second at EV. So the EV rock breaker would be equivalent. But you said you can slap 4 down. But we can go even further, right? So what's the max one? Let's go with Ivy. That'd be 20 per second. And then 40 per second. 80 per second. 160 per second. What is that, 320 per second? Yeah, so you eventually get to over 1,000 per second. Is that worth it? Probably not. Do you need that? No. But then you also have to consider the, not just, that's just for single blocks, right? Now consider the multi-processing and the speed up enhancement from the multi-block as well. Oh no, I see the power cost. That's why I said, is it worth it? Probably not. See, the setup I have now is pretty decent. I don't need a huge upgrade, so I don't need to do anything crazy power-wise. So I can set up the multi here for which is 75% EU usage. But then you also have to consider the parallels, right? So that would be technically more, I believe. It's also faster. I'm sure I can get by with all of these. 1, 2, 3. Hold on 1 second. I need to see something. Minecraft. Zone. Hold on. Is there... No, there's only compressed cobblestone. There's no compressed normal stone. Okay. Yeah, I'll take my WIUs in a wall where I'll never see them for the rest of my run, thank you. No, that's fair. That's fair. I don't disapprove it at all. I also, like, I have a lot of different reasons why I would use the multi eventually. And one of them is legitimately just I like to work with multis since it's a novelty to me still at this point. And I like the aesthetics. Like, give me more machines. Those are also some of the reasons. But I do, over time, as long as I can afford the power for it, which means I'm going to have to look into in-house power solutions in the future, I'm sure. So I don't have to leech too much power. As long as I can afford the power, I don't mind upgrading them either as time goes on. Like, basically, as I said, I don't disapprove of just using the WIUs. I just feel like in the long run, it's less scalable. You can still get away with it, obviously. Like, there's no... It's not impossible at all. You could still scale it. I just feel like it would be uglier and more annoying to scale it. But, again, most of what I'm doing anyway is pointless, in my opinion, to the most part. I'm doing it for fun, so... For free and 0 power, exactly. Also, I'm sorry. Hey there, Didya and Party. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, everyone. I hope your stream went really well. And thank you for the raid, as it is always appreciated. Let me quickly give you a shout out. There we go. Hello there, Mind Dead, Biggest M. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing great, honestly. But yeah, Crazy Mage, if you want to be conscientious about various things, your solution is the best solution, for sure. I won't dispute that. But if you can use 7,500 cobble a minute, you're doing something wild. Well, as long as I'm upgrading that, I would only be upgrading that if I was upgrading everything else. So the macerator, the centrifuge, and whatnot. So, like, technically, I would always have a use for it. I could use it. Should you? Probably not. Probably not. But you could. You could find use for it. That's for sure. But is it worth it? I don't think most of what I'm doing here is worth it. And I've said that from the start. I'll just admit it. There's only a few things I plan on doing here that will actually be worthwhile, in my opinion. And the rest of it is just for profit in the form of fun. 75,000 cobble is the max speed of the WIU. Not bad, not bad. Okay, now I'm curious, though. me see something real quick. Oh, okay, I messed up and I don't want to do that again. I was near the end too, damn. I hate to raid and dash, but I gotta get some food. Enjoy the stream. No problem. Thanks again for the raid. Enjoy your food. Hope it is absolutely delicious. And, take care. Okay, so... oh, I missed this. Now I want to use my forge microblocks to make a cool 3x3 thing with the WIU inside. I bet I can make it look way more cool than the multi-block. Yeah, you probably could. The microblocks are so useful for that exact purpose. You definitely could. You find the right palette and the right shapes. You place them in the right order and orientations, and you definitely could make something that looks cooler. I do not doubt that for a second. Okay, let's see real quick. Is there a way for me to, I vaguely remember there being a way to look at the recipes of a certain machine. I just can't remember what it was. And I don't mean the recipes to make a machine. I mean the recipes that machine can use. Oh, that would be it. Perfect. Thank you, Vindrake. How's it going, by the way? Like, it's keeping it cool from the heat of the lava in it. Directly. Yeah. Yeah. So... something about that feels wrong to me for some reason. Is it, oh. Oh, wait. Okay, it looks like it caps. So... 0.8 seconds. 0.4 seconds. So basically, 1 every 2 ticks, 1 every tick. So it's just 1 every tick is what the cap is. That'd be 20 per second. Really? So it caps at, what was it? Ivy? Yeah, it caps at Ivy. 20 per second, eh? Yo, things are okay. How goes it? Pretty good. Between last night and today, I've gotten a lot of good solutions for certain issues I've been having that are gonna help me further my plans for this build down here, which I'm really grateful for sure. I'm a little tired, but that's all my own doing, so I can't really complain about that. But I really hope you're doing well. So I'm surprised. So it caps at IV. Does the parallel processors are processing on the multi-cap? I don't think they do, right? So from LV to UMV, that'd be 12 tiers. So 8 times 12 times, I guess, 20 per second. Wow. Except for the speed is two times by the multi. So this would be times 2, would it not? That's... I think I'm doing the math wrong here. I think I'm mathing... My mathing ain't adding up here. Because I find it hard to believe that the WIU... Actually, it depends. You said your WIU setup can get you 7,500 cobblestone a minute. Okay, that's what you said. That's what you said. I thought you said a second for some reason. Now the math is adding up. So, let me quickly look at that again. 20 per tick, right? No, 1 per tick, so 20 per second. So that's per second. Times 2 for the speed, times 60. Oh yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Alright, so who wants a 250,000 cobblestone per minute? That's totally worth it, right, guys? That's absolutely worth it. Just sink all the power into a 250,000 cobblestone per minute. I think that's the strat, right? That's what you do. That's what all the power's for. It's all to make cobblestone. Yeah, roughly 125 per second. Just slap a QIU on a super chest. By morning, you'll have 4 million cobbles to play with. Yeah, but what if I want the 4 million to play with within 5 minutes? What if I want to play with a couple billion a day? Again, isn't Minecraft mods all about making the craziest cobblestone generator you can? I thought that's what Minecraft modding was all about. I don't know, is that just a me thing? Never scoper. Yeah. What the... I mean, as long as I'm upgrading all my other machines along with it, process it all infinitely to have billions of everything. But again, it's not worth it. I understand very well it's not worth it at all. And I would absolutely not ever have a max version of that anyway. Like, that's not something to strive for. But it is humorous to think about, for sure. I'm just actually kind of shocked that the number goes to 230 million a minute. No, wait, hold on, I read that wrong. I'm reading this wrong, right? Yeah, 230,000 a minute. Okay, so it's pretty much almost a minute every 5 minutes. Or a million every 5 minutes. Anyway, I needed to... What did I need to do? Did we have... We don't have distilled water. Okay. Might just make some in-house. It's not that difficult. Can you remind me what the name of the calculator mod is? I need that. So I believe, if I recall correctly, it's called Just Enough Calculations. Controls? Just enough? Yeah, just enough calculation. It gives you the math calculator, but it also gives you a crafting calculator, which I don't really use, because I literally can't figure out how to use it. That just might be me being dense, though. So I basically just use the math calculator. Oh, no problem. No problem. I find it really handy. For sure. Okay, so... I need to see something real quick. we go. Have I tried using the universal system yet? To a degree. I did request like 400 plastic circuit boards last night after 9 set it up. And I watched it a bit, and oh boy is it interesting. It completely goes over my head. I only understand a small fraction of it, but oh boy is it interesting. And very useful looking. Actually, a lot of circuit boards are still there. I guess people haven't really been crafting circuit boards. Or not, I guess people haven't been using the circuits that use these circuit boards, is what I mean. Almost 2 stacks of platinum from a stack of nickel. With the Cambap of mercury, is I assume? Well, plant dust anyhow. Interesting, let me see that real quick. Actually, I should look up platinum dust, you said? I don't want to see that. Okay, maybe I should look up. Probably better or easier to find it this way. Cambap, plat. Nickel. Oh, the metallic powder dust, okay. 70% chance isn't bad. That definitely is not bad. Distilling pollution. Oh boy. Okay, anyway. You can get gold from copper that way as well. I was trying to take a look through there, but I didn't want to take too long doing it. How do you even get the mercury? Stinabar, Let me look at that real quick. Doesn't look like there's... Okay, there is a way, Quicksilver Comb. That is a cheap way. What about, there was the redstone ore, right? Oh, that's crushed. Not purified, okay. So you'd have to go with the quicksilver comb then. You can get quicksilver, but that can be ran through fluid extractor for mercury. Well, now you got me wondering even more here. Let me see real quick. Fluid extractor. So yeah, okay, I see. How much do you need to... How much drops do you need? Is it 9 to 1, it looks like? Yeah. So you're probably better off using the comb for the purified cinnabar then, I would assume, rather than trying to get the quicksilver from the... there's probably other ways to get quicksilver, though, obviously. I was just looking through the comb method there. Now, I was told that this building is meant for passive processes. I'm wondering if I should make distilled water in-house or... Work is being done. Make it in-house or... Oh no. Why? Why do you haunt the acid shop? Where you at? You're not gonna fight me? It's always when I'm ready, you don't fight. I just melt my cinnabar in the steam furnace at the moment and then melt the quicksilver later on, and there is better ways, I'm sure, but platinum makes circuits so much better. For sure. Oh, that's the machine. I thought that was something else. Alright, I think I'm safe. So what I'm wondering is if I should make distilled water in-house, or should I make it in the passive building and have a super tank for it, so there's access to distilled water everywhere. What is causing the fog? Some kind of mob boss that I believe usually spawns from some kind of Bombcraft warp. It usually comes from Ducky, though, so the fact that it's here right now and he's not online has me wondering. And I'm also not getting attacked, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is something else, and it just looks the same. Wait. We might already have distilled. I saw P2P. Is it going over here? Or somewhere else in the acid shop? Doesn't seem to be coming here. I'll have to go back and look. How do you look at the storage for this? I heard this is supposed to be storing, what was it, 25 things? 25 fluids? Can you not look at what it's storing if it's not storing anything? I assume it's not storing anything then. I've seen that flying around and I have 0 warp. There might just be something near the acid shop that causes it then. The reason I assume it's warp is because the same fog and same monster spawns around Ducky sometimes. But I've seen it a lot more in the acid shop than I have seen it around Ducky. So I'm not entirely sure. Okay, let me go look at the P2P and I can track the other one that way. I might just do it in-house. I was near a Thom obsidian structure when I saw it, but I wasn't sure what was causing it. One of these. Which is right next to the shop. So this could be one of the things that causes it. But I'm like also 90% sure Thom also causes it, just because it spawns near Ducky sometimes. Did I recharge? I didn't. Should do that. Let me see. Part of me wishes I made these platforms 3 wide instead of what I actually did. Only needs to be 30 high? What were the other options here? Maybe yeah, so I just make a distillation tower, I think, and make it in-house. Oh. Okay. 18 stainless steel. Oh. Alright. I mean, that was easy. Thank you, team. Solid work, seriously. Now, I need a couple other things. That's just the base outline of where I'm gonna have it, I guess. I don't like this, though. No, that's not going there. Now, can I use a reservoir hatch as a hatch on a multi-block itself? I had that thought the other day. I haven't tested it yet, and I've been wondering since. Probably won't do it on this, but I am just curious. Okay, I just need the one output hatch then. One output hatch, one input hatch. Maintenance. Energy hatch. Does this need a muffler? I don't think so, it doesn't look like it. So, we just need 4 more blocks. You can just get by with the LV ones because you don't actually need large amounts for this. And what else? Energy? Hmm. I'm gonna have to get the power situation in my basement a bit more situated than it currently is. As I mentioned earlier, I gotta move the large gas turbine. Probably do a quad. Leave more space for the level emitters and toggle buses. But right now I don't have that option. And I don't feel like doing that today because I don't have a lot of time before I'm getting off. So instead, I'm just going to use a single gas turbine for now on this. And I will replace it when I do my power upgrade downstairs. Oh, that's not right. Okay, well, we'll get that sorted out in a minute. Huh? Hold on a second. Oh, I've been doing HP in here. Okay. Well, I do want to see something, though, for future... for the future, I do want to see something real quick. I didn't do the motors. Hold on a moment. I'm confused. Does it need an input bus and an output bus, even if you're not using them? I would assume maybe is the issue. I'm gonna go look at the other setup real quick. I don't get it then. Do I need two? Hold on, let me see. I need two output hatches, which is interesting, but okay. Hmm. Perhaps they're not allowed to be on the bottom? I don't know. I'm confused. Yeah, I have no idea why this isn't working, so my only assumption could be that some of this stuff is not allowed to be on the bottom. Let me go back and look one more time at the other one before I tear out the steel casings, because they're annoying. Okay, so the power gen is here, so that is on the bottom. Everything else is up, though. That might suck. I'd rather everything be on underneath, but if I can't do that... Oh, I mean, I guess so well. That didn't work either. I am so confused. Why do I feel like I always get stuck on the things that are supposed to be the simplest things? Okay, let me check one more time at the other place. And this time I'm going to look over each individual block and make sure for sure there is no buses. Yeah, there is no buses here. I don't get it. I'm at a loss, honestly. Oh, I see. I know now. That would be it. Yep. I assume these have to be on the side then. Everything else can be wherever you want to put it, but those have to be on the side. If you build it sideways, they can go down there. If I build it sideways, can I put the inputs and outputs all downwards? Let me give that a shot. I think you have to rotate the face also. Hold on. Is that a thing you can do? Wait, you can flip them? I see you can rotate this. So I can rotate that, but I can't seem to rotate this. I don't see what the point of this is. That's kind of funny. Hmm. No problem. It was close to working. Whoops, didn't mean to break that. It's weird you can rotate the maintenance, but not the other. I can just suck it up and put them here. It's just gonna go into a super tank. That's gonna go right into our storage bus anyway, so. Alright, well. That is good to go. Now I need to see something though. Okay, what was I trying to figure out before that? Okay, what was I trying to figure out here? Produces 1 bucket per second. Okay, so what does the water reservoir do? Okay, wait, no, this doesn't matter. I don't need that. Hold on. I don't need that. Oh, that's annoying. I forgot I was using a hammer for a moment. as I said earlier, we're going to do this messy for now until we upgrade our power situation here, as in move that to a better spot. Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting that that's not gray, that's Fluix. Okay, we're almost there. Alright. Um, it's just water, right? Just water, that's it. Should be working. Oh, that's why. Surprised it didn't go to the other one here. Okay. Alright, we are almost done with what we were trying to do. Took a little longer than necessary, that's for sure. But that's the norm around here. Struggling to figure out things that should have been easy because simple things. And then taking time to actually think about what I want to do with it when it is good and ready. Damn it. think I screwed this one up. Yeah, I screwed this one up. It doesn't have a distilled water, apparently. That's very weird. Oh, it does. Circuit 2, that's what. Oh, hey there, orange creamsicle. Yep. Thank you. Alright. That should help. Let's do a bit of cleanup real quick. There we go. Alright, I just need a conveyor. Alright. That should help with Certus Quartz a little bit. I know we've been having a bit of an issue with it. Okay. Let's take a quick screen of that for the logs. Slept on Erosai? If I butchered that, I'm sorry. What does Vanguard Run mean? It is basically just a GTNH SMP. Basically just a multiplayer server where a large group of us are playing to do a GTNH run. There's enough players that we need to get 13 Stargates. And we're playing with a various amount of our own rules on top of the GTNH run rules as well to make it even harder. But that's the gist of what the Vanguard Run is. If you have any more questions, go ahead and let me know. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Well, No problem, no problem. Happy to answer. Okay, so I've gotten the main gist of what I want to get done today. And I am a bit over what I was planning on being online today. So I just want to see our power situation, because I haven't checked that today at all. Looks like we're still good. But yeah, so I'm probably going to be getting off in a few minutes. And of course, like usual, I'll look for a raid when I do. But, might as well refill this. But before I do get off, I just want to thank everyone who came by, hung out, all the chatters out there, all those people who gave me great advice, especially shout out to Crazy Mage for giving me the information I needed to find probably the best way to do limiting in my cells for specific partition cells. That's going to come in huge handy compared to what I was originally thinking of trying to do. Going to make it so much easier, so definitely got to show you out Crazy Mage. That was really helpful. But, and of course, thanks to everyone else for stopping by, of course. I hope you have a good day or night, whatever it is for you, wherever you are. And, oh. Sergeant Wiki? I hope I said that correctly. Thank you for the follow. It's much appreciated. And I also got a shout out to Aditya for the raid, of course. But yeah, I hope it's a good day or night for you, wherever you are. And on that note, take care of yourselves, and I will see you later. Let me go look for a raid real quick. And that's it, folks.